of control. So you got to be careful where you are on that spectrum with everybody who's taking equity in your company. So common, preferred, gave that a little bit. Pretty much preferred is only for investors. Founders and employees almost never get it. In the case of Zuckerberg, where he has 10x super founder shares, whatever that's called, like just don't even, I shouldn't be told you about that. It's never gonna happen, right? So don't even expect that to be part of your reality. Okay. So preferred equity, you heard some of these terms. Yes, question?
So as a founder, if I want to fund my own seed round, what would the best way to structure that be so I don't get screwed down the line?
So I did this a little bit on Ravel, a convertible note. Normally it's convertible notes. That way.
Doesn't that give the investors down the line a lot of leverage on you?
Well, in what way?
And hey, you're already all in, and they kind of dictate the terms.
Yeah, so I have a pretty violent reaction to most of the angel investors who want you to be so all in. If this company doesn't work, you declare bankruptcy, your kids are forced to live on the street. I've heard these words of angels investors in Austin, and I've never taken a startup back to them. They told this to me when I was fundraising. You're done, you're dead to me type thing. If you're actually investing in your company and writing a check to it, you should get the appropriate return. Typically, we talk about equity as far as common shares in exchange for your sweat equity, which means you're not taking salary for 6 months, a year, you're getting paid way under market, you're absorbing costs onto your personal credit cards or out of your checking account. That's typically the division line between common shares and common shares and convertible notes. One caveat to that is if you're going to write $50,000 check into your company so you can pay yourself a salary, that's incredibly tax inefficient. You still may want to do it because when you pay yourself an income, you pay taxes on that versus if you just work down the $50,000 in your bank account. There's a choice of which way you want to go.
Actually, why would you want to pay yourself through the company if you're just going to get taxed on it? Is there any benefit?
Well, then you're participating. So when you become an investor in your company and you get to own preferred shares, not just common shares.
Oh, okay.
And you get to, anyways, yes. So preferred equity, there's a few terms. In reality, when you see a term sheet, typically there should be 2 to 3 pages. If you know of Austin Ventures here in town, their term sheets were 15 pages, which is stupid. Most of it should be 2 to 3 pages. There'll be 12 to 15 terms listed on there. They're mostly simple. Guess what? There's only 4 or 5 that actually matter. Ignore everything else. It all should be very basic and standardized. Pretty much everyone freaks the fuck out over valuation, but trust me, it's really not as important as you think it is. It's important. Don't screw yourself or screw your other investors. Share price, anti-dilution, liquidation preference, you heard that one talked about earlier. Voting rights and board structure. I have more on anti-dilution, liquidation, voting rights later, or liquidation. For board structure and voting rights, this is the investors getting a say-so in your really big decisions. Sometimes that's as simple as bringing on a new executive and approving their compensation plan. Sometimes that ranges to selling your company. And so if an investor comes in, they want to be able to block you or agree to that company getting sold and their related return to it. One way they do that is with a board. So boards of directors are the official governing body of a company. Typically for an early stage startup, there's 3 people or 5 people on a board. If you're taking money from venture capitalists, there'll typically be 5 people on a board, 2 from the company, 2 from the investors, and 1 independent. Usually mutually approved on between the company and the investors. I guess that usually gets more slanted towards the investors. So that's board structure. There was a startup I worked with. They raised $1.5 to $2 million in capital. 12 months later, got a $28 million offer. The VCs blocked it. It would have made all the founders worth $5 to $8 million a piece, and the VC said no. Today the company's worth a lot more, but that was kind of interesting to watch that happen and watch their response. So board structure matters. I'll dig into some of these, okay? Or question?
Yeah, if I start a corporation with 10 million shares of common stock, where do the preferred shares come from?
You authorize them. So basically, you can change the number of shares in your company, whether common or a new class, which is called preferred. And sometimes there's, each time you raise money, sometimes you create a new class, preferred A, preferred B, ignore all that. You basically just file, so everyone in here, if you're raising money for venture capitalists, you will end up as a Delaware C Corp. You basically just go file a piece of paper and you pay a lawyer a couple $100 to file a piece of paper for you that says, magic, here's some shares. It's not that big of a deal.
Now, how do you get the value of the preferred shares on the market?
Let's talk about that. So, nice transition and leaving. Is everyone close enough to a screen where you can read this? So let's talk a little bit about that. So typically you hear about people taking rounds of funding. You hear stuff about seed rounds and Series A's and B's. If you ever make it to Series F, well, F stands for what you are. If you're really taking that much round, that means you can't exit or get out of it. So pretty simple terms for, this is Austin-oriented-ish as far as numbers. The market is down a little bit as far as valuation and amount of money. So if you want to raise $500,000 on a seed round, the way venture capital angel investor math works is, you're going to take $500,000 in. So how much is that? How much of the company do they get? You decide that you're worth $2.5 million afterwards. You back into, therefore, magically, you're worth $2 million before. Very simple math, but it's called pre-money and post-money and all these other things that sound sophisticated. Ideally, every time you take another round of funding, what's really important for everyone to be happy, the value of the next round, the pre-money, needs to be much larger than the value of your post-money from the prior round. That's called step up. If you're not stepping up, it's gonna be bad for you as founders. We'll talk about that. So ideally, again, 3 goes in, after is 8. Everyone kind of see the basic math structure there? All right. Correspondingly, so a little bit of an eye chart. Again, money in, post-money valuation, trying to show the percent of the company that gets bought each time, right? The way it gets bought is pretend the shares are worth $1. And by the way, math in most of this is circular references. So at some point you just say $1. So $1, therefore if they're gonna buy, if they're putting $500,000 in, therefore they get 500,000 shares. And if the company is worth $2.5 million afterwards, that means magically there needs to be 2.5 million shares in order for that to make sense. So that's how you go file a new piece of paper in Delaware and say magic. Does that kind of math make sense as far as it goes? Okay. Hopefully, remember last time the value of the company went from 2.5 to 5 million. So next time you sell shares for that 3 million, you're selling at $2. Therefore, you gave up 1.5 million shares. Value doubled, you sell shares at $4.
Now, is this the same type of investors from C to Series A to Series B?
Typically, the individuals or firms investing will change. In this case, it's all equity investors.
What happens to the old investors if they change?
If the value of the share price is going up, everyone's happy, nothing really changes. In reality, the people investing this 3 million, some of that 3 million came from your prior investors. Some of this 8 million came from the prior 2 sets of investors as well. The other part to look at is every time you sell more shares, the total number of shares in your company is going up. And so again, you're just kind of magically creating shares out of thin air. It appears that way. It's a form that gets filed in Delaware. Is everyone good with this slide? Yeah.
So when you do that, do the people that bought those 500,000 shares in the beginning, now there's 4 million shares out there, do we we have to give them more shares to make up for that?
Man, you're good at this transition stuff. He's asking about, so the 500,000 shares, the first one, what happens to them as more shares get sold? So that's called dilution. Seriously, like, you're just crushing this, thank you. So let's talk about that. So 500,000 shares get sold, initially own 20%. Everyone's happy and cool with that. You sell more shares. When that Series A gets bought, they own 37.5. But now there's more shares out there, so therefore the first 20% is no longer 20%. And so that 20%, 12.5%, 8% is called dilution. You're diluting the ownership of those early owners. The same thing's happening to you as founders, by the way. The more shares you go out, remember you as founders had 2 million shares from that first seed round, so now there's suddenly 6 million shares out there, so you only own a third of the company.
So for steering decisions, it's actually made based on the number of board seats, though? It's not the ownership of the company?
Yeah, big strategic decisions. There's two ways. Sometimes it's tied to the number you vote by seats, so potential of 5 votes. Some things are voted on by percent ownership of the company. In my insider caveat, on a fully diluted basis. So what that means is so by the way, the question was, big steering questions is voted on the board, not by ownership. And so if you were, most preferred shares can be converted into common shares, and usually at a 1-to-1 ratio. Sometimes it's not 1-to-1 ratio, and you vote based on that. So in that case, the founders do have share per share voting rights as the investors. Some things are board, some things are ownership.
So if I'm trying to maintain control over my company, do I need to stay above 50%?
You should not take venture capital ever.
So basically VC firms are gonna have.
No, but like you will not have complete control of your company. The question was, if I want to maintain control of my company, I should keep my ownership above 50%. It just, as soon as you take someone else's money, you are no longer in complete control. And in some ways, I love Ash's quote this morning, funding is not traction, it is a ticking time bomb, on every sense of the word. That is entirely what happens as soon as you take someone else's money. Okay, that's dilution. That's kind of what dilution looks like in an Excel spreadsheet. All right, so dilution. You'll hear terms about, call it anti-dilution protection. And this is what happens when those early investors get worried that they're gonna dilute it down. So you saw 20% down to 8%. But that was in a good situation where the share price was going up. You know, they bought shares at $1, and by the time they're down at 8% or 8% of ownership, the shares are worth $4. So they made 400% of their money. They're happy. However, a lot of times, each time you take money, the share price doesn't go up. And in fact, sometimes it goes down. And when it goes down, investors want some type of compensation. They want something to make it not hurt them as bad. And there's two forms that you hear about. These are the opposite ends of the spectrum: broad-based weighted average and full ratchet. So full ratchet means you make them whole. And so if those seed investors own 20% of your company, if you sell more shares and they go down to 10% because you sell more shares, you as founders basically give them shares to get them back up to 20%. That's brutal. That's a full ratchet. I haven't seen that in a while. The last time I saw that was in fall of 2008 when the economy's in free fall. I actually saw this in term sheets, mostly from the East Coast, but I saw some angels write those here in town.
Mark, when you talked about the full ratchet, what you said about how it doesn't apply, is that equivalent across different time periods in terms of like a seed round versus a Series D round or something like that?
Yes, I would suspect all rounds should not be full ratchet. Unless all kinds of bad things are happening with the company, there should never be a full ratchet. You should just leave your company if you're about to get full ratcheted. something really bad's happening. Go take a job somewhere else. Okay. Broad-based means when that 20% becomes 10%, they get a little bit of cushion to make it not sting as bad, and they may get back up to like 12%. And that 2% delta comes out of US founders. And so you guys always have the risk, always have the exposure. You should think of the reason that's the right answer is because they're early investors. They should know what they're getting into. Down rounds or sideways rounds are part of what happens on a very regular basis. They need to understand this. If they don't understand that, they're not very sophisticated. We'll come back to what we call them. But broad-based weighted average should be the term you see in your spreadsheet or on your term sheet. Is everyone good on those? I just want to make sure you've seen these words and heard a little bit about them before they show up in a term sheet or in a negotiation. The other fun one is preference overhang. So liquidation preference is the term that shows up. And so what it means is, early stage, if someone gives you $500,000 and you sell the company, they want to get paid first. And at seed rounds, mostly, at least definitely in Austin, the liquidation preference is 2, which means they want the first $1 million of the transaction. Then A, typically by the time you get to A and B, it's 1x all the way down. That means for this much money raised, there's $12 million in preference. So let's talk about what that means. So if you get your company going, you actually end up selling it for $25 million, which you raise what, 11.5 million. You sell it for 25. 12 million of that comes off first, and it goes out to the investors. And then you participate in the remaining 13 million on a percent of ownership of the company. So the 8% of seed gets 8% of 13 million, 12.5, 1.6. Common gets 6%. That's what's left of the 13 million. And so the reality of what that ends up looking like is investors own 54% of your company. They get 75, 76% of the payout. That's the implications of liquidation preference. They get paid first, and then they participate. A lot of times that's called, typically you see 1x participating is one version, which is mostly what this is. That's pretty standard. Or you see 2x or 3x non-participating. So that means the investors have a choice of taking 2 or 3 times their money, then that's it. Or they can take their money back and then participate based on the ownership of the remaining profits. I'll pause on that. That is usually a confounding topic.
So what's better for a founder then?
Whichever one comes with money. No, like my bias is 1x non-participating. So either the investor gets their money back or they participate based on the ownership. In up markets, 18 months ago, that was common. Now it's not so common. If it was 1x participating, I took terms for Embrace at least for early on. It was hot market, so I got away with 1.5x non-participating. A lot of angels in town pushed for 2x, and I probably would have done that if it really made the difference. Okay. Again, I just want to make sure you understand the concept, so when someone puts it on a term sheet in front of you, you understand you need to pay attention to what it is, because it could mean a big difference for you. Where this really comes into play is you hear companies raise, I'm trying to think of a good recent example, 50, 100, $200 million, and you know that they don't sell for anywhere near that. So if you raise $100 million and sell for 50 million, you think as a founder, holy shit, I just sold my company for 50 million. You're not seeing a dime. You see nothing on that. And your investors are pissed at you in the process. Even though you sold your company for 50. This is why. All right, you heard convertible term, convertible notes. This is most common at seed stage. The reason what convertible notes are is debt that wants to be equity. So investors giving you debt, they don't actually expect to be repaid on that debt. They want that debt to turn into ownership of your company. The reason this gets used early on is it avoids a lot of the arguing and negotiation about the valuation of your company. It's pretty much not worth fighting about. Also, there's no real, like, who knows what your company's worth? Like, really, who knows? You hear the most outlandish one I had to deal with at ATI is the company thought they're worth $55 million before they had built product. I eventually got them down to $4 million to go raise money. That took me about 5 months to convince them that they weren't worth $55 million before they'd done anything. But I mean, can you imagine if I was an investor? I would just walk away laughing at them and never talk to them again. And so when you're dealing with that, convertible notes tend to be a good solution to it. A few things you need to pay attention to: interest rate, debt accrues interest. Normally it's 8%, so I wrote 5 to 10%. If it's anywhere in that range, it's fine. Really, I'll hit maturity. Your debt comes due in 1 to 2 years. If you're super early stage, do a 2-year one. If you're just starting kind of PowerPoint slides level, you should do 2 years. It takes you longer than you think. If you actually have a product and you think you're already starting to talk to real investors for your next round, 1 year is okay. Liquidation preference is there on this one as well. All right, so let's talk about conversion. So typically the whole idea is, here's debt because I want it to be equity. So the question is, how does it become equity? The word is it converts into equity. And so if you took your $500,000 we talked about for seed round, how does that $500,000 become equity? It does it by buying shares. The question is, what price do you buy the shares at? There's 2 ways that this gets done. It either gets done at a 20%, typically a 20% discount to the share price of the next round. So earlier we talked about the first round being at $1 a share. So that means if you have a 20% discount, you're buying shares for 80 cents on the dollar.
Wait, for the next round or the previous one?
Whichever one causes the conversion coming up. And so instead of getting 500,000 shares at $1, you get 600,000 shares at 80 cents. Is that right? 625,000. So that's how you give them a little bit extra juice for taking risk. And they gave you cash when you're really high risk, but they don't get ownership stake until somewhere down the line. So they're absorbing all that risk. This is one way to pay them back. Say, thank you for taking an extra risk on me before these other people did.
Can they ask for their cash back instead of equity?
They can, they will be told no. The new investors will tell them no. If it's $10,000, fine, that's one thing. If it's $100,000, $200,000, $500,000, $1 million, the new investors who are writing that $3 million check, $5 million check will say, no way is that much money going out of this company. They want all their money to be put to work to improve the company, to create more value, to raise the valuation. So they will be absolutely against any cash going out to pay off debt like that. Yeah.
It's kind of a broad question. How common are convertible notes, and what is the risk to which they might scare off incubators, angels, and VCs?
This question is, how common are convertible notes, and what's the risk they scare off angels, incubators, VCs? At the seed stage, which is the first time all of you will raise money, they're the dominant version right now. That is, especially at least in tech. Let's go in tech. If you're doing a food company and you're making chips, a lot of times the first round is still going to be equity. We see that at the angel network here in town. Will they scare off folks? No, they don't. As long as the terms are somewhere close to these, you're okay. If the terms are just absolutely out of market is the buzzword they use, then that causes problems. Or if you have too much and you have too much, that causes problems. What is too much? I don't know. $1.5 million to $2 million is a lot. So don't get there. 500,000 is not that much. Then there's the gray zone in between. So maturity date is what happens if you don't raise. And so this forces your debt to become due. So it's like taking a car loan, house loan. It's when suddenly you go, oh, pay us now.
So who comes up with that evaluation?
So there's two ways to do it. Actually, the most common is you write a valuation in the term sheet. So if you don't raise, their $500,000 converts in at $1 million pre-money valuation, which means they get a third of the company. Or sometimes it's 500 on 500, which means they get half. Whatever, it's usually a very punitive number. If you are not raising more money, especially after 2 years, that means something's going wrong. That's the assumption. And therefore, the investor is going to want a big chunk because chances are they're not going to get a lot of money out of it. That's the intuition. That's why they put that term in there. Okay. Let's talk pre-money cap. The idea is that when you go raise the next round of money, the people who gave you money at the most risky time, which are these seed investors, they're worried that you're suddenly going to be worth $100 million. And if they gave you $1 million and they only get 1/100th of your company a year later, 2 years later, they're getting kind of screwed for the amount of risk they took. Because if you didn't have much, when they give you money, they feel like they should probably get a large chunk of that 100 million, not $1 million. And so what they do is something called a pre-money cap. And so what the math on that is they end up buying shares in your company as if your company is worth $3 million. Even if you raise money at $10 million in pre-money valuation, they still get their shares as if your company is only worth $3 million. And so if you took $1 million in convertible notes, that's 25% of your company. And then you're going to give a bunch of more of your company over to the next round of investors. It is entirely generic on $3 million is the pre-money. I had a round that was coming together, and the lead investor was okay with a $4 million round, $4 million pre-money, but it cost me, it should have been 3, and it ended up costing me a very big brand name VC. If they were in, would have been fantastic. So don't get fancy, don't get cute, get the money. Questions on pre-money cap? Okay. So I think that's the last one for types of money. Yep. I'll go back. Any questions on types of money? Okay. Where do we get it? Customers, crowdfunding, government. We talked about government for grants, customers for revenue. Everyone know crowdfunding, Kickstarter, that kind of stuff. I have mixed reactions to it. In theory, crowdfunding is great for product. They're giving you money for product. And so if you get $100,000 in crowdfunding money, you actually have to build product for that. So there's real cost against it. A lot of founders and entrepreneurs don't make the connection like, oh, we need $100,000 so we can pay rent, so we can have a salary and eat food and stuff. They forget that it actually requires them to build a product, especially since a lot of those are physical, tangible products. And so money raised through crowdfunding is actually a liability, and you have to deliver against it. You obviously walk away from the site, but that's not what you should be doing. It looks really bad for you over your career, and everyone eventually finds out. Otherwise, other sources, friend, family, fools are typically the first investors in your startup. This is your rich uncle giving you money. Angels and angel networks, incubators, VCs, IPOs, don't have any delusions on IPOs. Although a lot of our bioscience companies at ATI, it's common for them to IPO. For them, it's just a new source of cash. They're not paying, it's not payday for the founders, it's not a payday for the early investors. We had a company they got $50 million on their IPO into them. That's all being used to advance the company. It's not going out to buy yachts and stuff. Okay, friends, family, fools.
What about the crowdfunding investment changes that happen?
So Richard, can I come back to that on angel networks? Okay, make sure I do something. So friends, families, fools, the 3 Fs. The most common fool is you. I promise. That's been me a couple times. It will be all of you at some point. The big test for who to take money from, can you sit across from them at Thanksgiving dinner and say, yep, I lost all of your money. okay, no big deal, move on. And you still have that same amount of friendship, that same type family bond. If you think there's gonna be any chink in that, it's probably not who you should be taking money from. Or if you think they're gonna be yelling at you, giving you the third degree while you're there at dinner, you shouldn't take money from them. Don't think about hiding by just not going to dinner. Like, it's gonna turn out disastrous and terrible if that's what you think it's gonna be like.
What kind of contractual agreements are usually associated with this? Is it informal or?
So what kind of contractual agreements are associated with friends, families, fools? It should be equity docs or it should be convertible notes. If there ever is informal, that's scary. That will raise all kinds of flags for potential investors, for accelerators, for your ability to get co-founders. More sophisticated customers will ask about this. Definitely. So you should have real terms, real agreements with it. Other friends, families, fools. This is the most common. Yeah.
And to make those agreements is like just doing online searches, okay, to drop the documents?
Yeah, kind of like the safe docs coming out of, so Wilson Sonsini, DLA Piper are both published documents for it. They're totally fine. I think Capital Factory has theirs published somewhere. Y Combinator published the safe docs. Techstars is probably out there floating around on the web. They're all fine. They're all very generic. Yes.
I don't know if you can answer this, but what would be the easiest way to give your friends and family some percentage of profit instead of ownership of the company through equity?
So the question is, how would you give your friends and family some of the upside of the company, yet not give them any ownership? Equity is ownership. And so in theory, they get to vote on things. So it depends on how much you trust whoever your friends and family are to vote on things.
You can sell them your car.
Yeah, that's hard. I think it's you as a personal private individual. I would not mix that with the company's capitalization table. So that's maybe you agreeing to give to their charity. It's you agreeing, if you make it big, you buy the family vacation home and let them all go. Stuff like that. It's,
Just so that contract.
yeah, the only caveat to that is if you're trying to set up a trust for your kids or grandkids, you put the shares in as soon as you set it up. Day zero, you put the shares in when they're worth like a thousandth of a penny, because the tax burden on your kid or grandkids is different. That's only, but you're a cocky entrepreneur if you think you're already in that mindset. That's the only time you really think about it. By the way, but you as the founder still control the shares. They're just held in trust for your kids or something. All right, angel networks. So I combine these two. Typically, angels are wealthy people. They're typically old white dudes. We all seem, yeah. Also, for good or bad, they come from a mix of backgrounds. The Essential Texas Angel Network here in Austin is one of the top 3 most active angel networks in the country. A third are doctors, third are real estate, a quarter are business executives, and an eighth of them are tech type folks. And so it's really hard sometimes explaining a high-tech startup to a doctor who's done like foot surgery for 40 years and somehow is worth $18 million, which happens all the time. And so sometimes it's good because you find someone with a really unique background, but a lot of times it's lowest common denominator as far as sophistication. Their motivations as to why they participate in Angel Network. The jaded part is they're just doing it for social reasons. They can hang out with their friends, drink and have dinner with them, and then talk smack about the young whippersnappers who don't know anything. Like these millennials are so entitled. Really, a good chunk of them are doing it for the financial return. They're wise enough to understand that 90-some% of startups fail, so the likelihood of a good return is relatively low. But if it does hit, it hits big. And then a lot of them do it as a way to give back. They won't do an investment only to give back. If they do, it's very small. They are looking for the financial return, and they want to be able to jump in and help you and help that next generation. So I was kind of banging on angels a little bit. I'm a huge fan of a lot of them in town. There are some that are just, that I steer clear of, and you will find that as you get to know your community. Does everyone here know AngelList? All right, show of hands. Okay, AngelList is a fantastic resource for you. There's other ones coming up, but AngelList is the main example the last few years. If whatever your startup is, it's a marketplace for angel investors to find emerging startups. The good part about it is there's a lot of metadata that lets you search for the right investors for your company. And so when I was doing predictive analytics for customer service, I could type those words in, find the list of all the angels around the world that have invested in those kind of companies. I could go look at all the companies that came out a year, 2, 3 years before me. I could see who invested in those companies and go after those same investors. And so it's a great way for me to find a target list of pre-qualified angel investors, or even some VCs. So please go spend time on that. There are other ones, Mattermark's kind of the current one. PitchBook has other data sets. There's lots of, AngelList is the most common.
Sorry to backtrack a little bit. I had a quick question on bootstrapping.
Yeah.
In your experience, I've heard that it's best to do that as long as possible before raising VC. In your experience, what kind of companies has that been practical for?
So the question is, what companies is it practical to do bootstrapping for? When there's very clear exchange for revenue. If you have to build a big asset or a big something first before you can really generate the revenue, you heard Ash talk about some of those business models earlier, it's a no-go. What I have seen on those situations is bootstrap through services for the first 1, 2, 3 years until you really have the business model figured out, you have the product figured out, and you've built momentum, and then you take a big round of funding. But a pure bootstrap it's more challenging. It's typically a very clear problem, very clear existing problem for where the customer is used to paying money for that product or service. That tends to be better bootstrap companies, and when you don't instantly need to have a lot of additional people on your team. Yes?
What are common terms between an angel and an entrepreneur?
They're same as equity convertible notes.
Is it less than you would pay like a VC?
No. Yes or no. It goes both ways.
Yeah, we're about out of time, by the way. So maybe
How
one
much
more
time do you have?
question. We got -4 minutes.
Okay, I'll stop.
Is there one more question that anybody wants to ask though?
Hey, the crowdfunding.
So crowdfunding. So the changes in crowdfunding are that not just accredited investors can invest in your company. Accredited investors mean you're worth over $1 million, or maybe it's been upgraded to $2 million. Your annual income is $250,000 or $300,000, depending on if you're married or not. The new crowdfunding rules mean that the rest of us can start investing in startups, which as an entrepreneur is great because suddenly all these people can write me $2,000 checks. They don't have to deal with all these people who wrote me $2,000 checks. That can get aggregated. I took $40,000 in from AngelList, which kind of crowdsourced a bunch of folks for me. And I only had 1 point of contact instead of 30. So that was nice. So it depends on the crowdfunding. I'm a fan of more people thinking about entrepreneurship and investing in it, but the reality is you're almost certainly going to lose your money as an investor. And unless you realize this is going to Vegas as your crowdfunding investor, you shouldn't be doing it. And you as an entrepreneur, I've yet to see the blowback play out, but there will be annoyance and blowback. That's my thought. Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Bart. Up next, we have Lean UX workshop in here, and then there's a lecture about, or talk about immigration law in the classroom. So again, we got about 10 minutes roughly, so run to the bathroom, grab a drink, and be back. Thanks, Bart.
So we were talking about full ratchet, and so I had an idea, what if you just started with like 10 million shares together? By a million, 100,000.
You authorize a million shares?
Right.
You only issue 100,000.
Okay. So then you wouldn't want to just say 10 million are out there, we have 1 million, and then when I sell more shares, you keep your 10%, that's full ratchet.
There's actually not.
You always keep the 10%.
Yeah, they keep the shares that they have.
Right.
You give them more shares.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is there's only a pool of 10 million shares.
Well, if they go change it.
They can just issue more, they're dilution goes down, but the value's going up, so
In up rounds, when the price for shares going up, anti-dilution doesn't work.
right.
Only when the price goes down.
Hey Mark, how are you?
I'm good.
I'm Jesus. I'm interested in the incubator. Where can I get more information about it?
About AGI or?
Yes.
Our website, we tend to work with our macro theme or technologies that can help urban environments scale up in the next 2 billion. Okay. So we do that in energy, water, bioscience, wireless, transportation, cyber. We'll do food and waste one.
Okay.
So it kind of matters if you fit that category or not.
I'm gonna check it out. Is your email in the website? Or I didn't have the chance to write it down.
I'm Bart at 3-Day Startup.
Okay. Perfect.
Yep. Very cool.
Nice to meet you, man.
I'm Bart.
My name's Karen.
Hi, Sarah.
I was wondering if I could just see the slide or two back.
Yeah.
So I could just take a picture of it. Because I had a hard time with the, I was sitting with sun glare.
Oh, no.
Stuff like this. Yeah, it's like helpful for me because I can't remember exactly what it's. You know, it goes, you go real fast. And I have a memory of like a rabbit. So. Okay, maybe like 1 or something. Yeah, this is good. Is there any other slides with like cool. I sent you a link to.
I mean, the other one is equity. Those there's no real. Anyways.
You can make this a link to.
I don't know what they're gonna do.
Okay.
It's also the first one I made in a given it, so we'll see. Yeah.
I just had a quick question.
Yeah.
So, I have an LLC establishment.
Okay.
Working under a DBA right now. For about a year, but I spoke with the board and they're like, okay, well, the first thing you need to do is, incorporate it, right?
Yes.
What's your opinion on, worrying about that sooner rather than later, especially if you have
Are you all gonna need to like?
What kind of business is that?
it's a service-based business.
And so it depends. Like, a lot of service-based businesses are LLCs. If you do it the right way, the revenue passes through to you personally, which means you only get taxed on it once, whereas the corporate getting taxed. Delaware C Corps makes sense for startups who are going to raise a ton of money because you're especially losing or something, which means there are no corporate taxes. And so in that sense, there's no double taxation. So it depends on where you think you're going. I have one of the companies I worked with. They were services companies who were LLC, and we decided to go raise money, and I had to convert them over to my C Corp, and that was pretty long.
Yeah, that's
what we had to do.
Adjustment. I mean, that's what the lawyer told me. I thought it was going to be really difficult.
I agree with that, but the question is, if you're a services-based company, depending on how your business works, you may never need to actually.
Right, okay.
It could be a partnership that you something else.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, I'm Bart. Great, nice to meet you. This is Evan as well. We're from the same company.
We're actually looking at a convertible note right now, and we kind of running a couple opinions on it. So for like the main ones that you were talking about on the screen, it's 1.3 million valuation, 75,000 for the funding. They can give us the 20% discount, so that's the interest on it. Pretty normal.
Just 1x participating. Sure.
That was mine on my computer, like my web for like 8 months.
If you're going to tell me 1.3 and you're going to take another 500, like, I would be like, so low for low. I mean, if you think you're going to take another couple $100,000 a few months later, you can always bump that 1.3 up. If that's the difference between, it's like the last picture you showed, is someone with a bag on their head suffocating. Like the answer is, don't ever run out of money. Okay, nice. Bart. For some businesses, you have to. And because of the way the nature of them, versus the only just kind of slick. Go up? Yeah.
That is
Is it just like,
You pay yourself, you pay your revenue, you pay your rent, you pay all your expenses, your contractors.
So dilution, I mean, dilution is just part of it.
If you're, depending on the type of business.
Setup? I don't think it's, yeah, you go and exit out.
$10 million.
And then if you hit,
Is that discount?
Depends on the
and then there should be a button.
Believable, 10 million.
There have been, yes.
But it depends on the market, it depends on the
Team, depends on the company.
Oh, and I'm doing you guys' intro.
not out of
Very much depends on what, yeah.
I don't think this will work.
I've seen initial rounds like
It's like just
3 months in, you're pushing enough money where it had to be one. So it's not crazy. It's the right team, the right idea, the right traction, or whatever.
Oh, I can do it. Mirror. Here.
There is ways to have it as well. That is the next round. In addition, you can open it flat, or if you screw up or stall, like potentially going to have a down round, then you stall. Yeah.
so there's still risk.
Oh yeah. So everyone wants to push the valuation as high as possible. But guess what?
You gotta base this off of reality. So, you sound like crowdfunding security.
But then, I don't know if that one.
Yes. Okay.
So when I started as a
Yeah, let's go to the left.
Texas Roof, that's my tip.
You need the better notes than
Yeah.
If you try that side,
yeah, it's look Jojo.
Okay. I can pass out paper. Make sure I have mine on file. That'd be awesome. No, this is like a guy that did this. He sent me weird stuff. He's like, he saw our
Yeah. Well, it's important.
We have a Craigslist where
Alrighty, everybody. It's that time again. If you want to find your seats. Next up, we have the Lean UX workshop with these lovely folks. They'll be talking through product design and how to incorporate that. I think it's something that's near and dear to my heart, but it's very paramount for a young startup to be able to get that down in order to be able to get that user adoption. So, without further ado, here you go.
Hello, everybody. How's everyone doing today? Woo! Good? Yeah? Awesome. We're really excited to be here. My name is Madeline. I'm here with JoJo. A really long time ago, I was actually one of the first employees at 3-Day Startup. So hopefully I got to help build and contribute to some of the programs that you guys are a part of today. One thing about 3DS and one awesome thing about 3DS is most people that go through this process have a really firm understanding of the problems that they want to solve, right? But after the program, when you want to take that to the next stage, validating a solution and bringing it to market, there's almost never a really clear answer. So our hope is that you guys could use the methodologies that we teach today so that you can launch and iterate on some of your first products. Okay, this is me. I'm Madeline. You can find me on Twitter at MadelineVu. I am currently a product designer based in New York City at NewsCred. We are a content marketing platform where big brands use us to publish content. Some of our customers right now are Visa, Pepsi, HP. Prior to this, I was the director of product design at Lingo Live. Lingo Live actually participated in Capital Factory's incubator a really long time ago. When I was there, we were about 6 people, and when I left, we were teaching about 300 engineers at Facebook how to speak a language for their job. And although these products are in very different life cycles, my goals remain the same, and that's to build and design products that people love.
How's everyone doing? My name is Jojo, and I'm a partner and design lead at Jackrabbit Mobile here in Austin. Over the past 4 years, my focus has been building and leading our design department. And this year, I started leading a new initiative, which is Labs. So it's been basically all I've been doing for about 6 months. And we launched a Apple Watch to Parrot drone controller this year. We also launched a Android to iBeacon smart toy experience, which was really cool. And we're planning to launch quite a few more kind of innovative experiments coming up soon. One's with Arduino, and we're also getting into a bunch of VR stuff.
Okay, here's a quick overview about what we'll be talking about today. We'll do a really quick intro into UX design and design thinking. Jojo and I will be talking about the design sprint framework, and we're splitting this up into 2 parts, so a part 1 and a part 2. And we'll end with a Q&A. This is actually our first time to present together, so we would love to get questions and feedback as we go through this. Okay, your goals post this workshop. We really hope that you can use the frameworks that we'll be teaching today to understand, create, and test ideas and your product so that people want them and people love them. Because at the end of the day, it's far better to make things that people want rather than to make people want things, right? So with that, let's go into this really quick intro. Okay, at a high level, what is UX design? UX design is the process of designing both digital and physical products that are easy to use and delightful, right? And I think there's a misconception where design is used to describe an end result or an object, when in fact, design is most effective when you describe it as a process. So think of design as an action, a verb, and not a noun. The design thinking process was developed by IDEO and the D School at Stanford. The process is 6 stages. It's to empathize, define, ideate, and prototype. And you'll notice that these specific stages are very focused on action. So throughout each of these steps, by understanding, creating, and testing something, you can only iterate and better your initial ideas. And at the heart of this process is the user, right? So each of these stages, you are doing something to understand your user and build for your user. What does it mean to practice this process in a really lean way? One of the best frameworks that I found to be really successful is the design sprint. The design sprint was developed by Jake Knapp. Jake Knapp is a partner at Google Ventures. And this process compresses the design thinking process into 2 to 5 days. So for a team going through this specific framework, it might look something like this. On day 1, you are spending time understanding and defining what you want to build. On day 2, you are diverging and putting as many ideas out there as possible. And then on day 3, you and your team decide what you want to prototype and what you want to test. And then on day 4 and 5, that's when you actually build this prototype and then test with real humans. Why does the design sprint work so well, right? What the design sprint does is it helps accelerate learning to where you're compressing months of time into a single week, because you're able to get data from a really clear and realistic prototype so that you can understand, hey, is this a good idea? Will this solve my users' problems? Instead of waiting for, let's say months, right, in order to actually get that feedback. And I think the most important thing is that this process allows you and your team to move towards the same vision. When do design sprints not work so well? If your product is already really well defined, going through this framework will probably not help you. And if you've done zero customer discovery, if you haven't validated your problem yet, you should probably not go through this framework. If your scope is very, very broad, going through this will actually not help you, because all of the ideas that you kind of put out there will be kind of all over the place and it will be really, really hard to test. And lastly, if you are very determined to build something, no matter what your users or your customers think, going through this will not help either. Okay, do we have any questions before we actually go into the design sprint framework? Good, we're cool? Okay. So as you recall, the design sprint framework consists of 6 phases. I'm going to be talking about the first 3, and that's to understand, define, and diverge. And then JoJo will be taking over for part 2. So this first phase is usually done on day 1, and that's so that you can understand your user needs, your business needs, and your tech capacities. The methods that I want to speak about today are user research and empathy maps. So we only have about 45 minutes today. There are probably about 40 different methods that your team could use to go through this process, but we only have a few minutes to talk about a little. Katerina Fake, who is the co-founder of Flickr, says, so often people are working hard at the wrong thing. Working on the right thing is probably more important than working hard. And I think a lot of startups fail because you either spend time, money, resources on building the wrong thing. And I attribute this failure to not understanding the problem that you want to solve from the get-go. One of the most straightforward methods that you could use to understand the pain points that you want to solve is by doing user research. So today the method that I want to touch on is doing user interviews. Most of you guys here in this room probably did some customer discovery where you went out there and you talked to customers to understand their pain points. This specific method is a little bit different, right? Because you want to talk to the people that will be your end user, and that may or may not be your customer at this point. For example, when I was at Lingo Live, our customers were really large multinational companies, but the users were their employees. And at the end of the day, we needed to understand their pain points in order to build a solution that worked for them. When you do a user interview, you want to talk to at least 5 people, and the conversation should be focused around their pain points. Never ask users what they want, okay? This will only lead you down to the wrong rabbit hole. When someone asks you what you want, they'll only tell you what their ideal solution is, and that's not helpful, because especially if you're trying to build something completely new that doesn't exist yet. And the purpose of a user interview is to understand how people are doing things today, where are the pain points, and what could you do to actually solve those pain points and build an entirely new experience that can improve that, right? And if you guys have no clue where to start, here are 3 questions that I like to ask all the time when I'm running user interviews. Number 1, what are you trying to get done and why? When you ask this question, you want to ask why about 5 different times. The reason is gathering context is absolutely critical. For example, if you were a handyman and you knew that you had to fix a leak, and that leak was small versus large, you would probably use the same tools. You might use different tools, I'm sorry. You might use different tools, or the problem, how you approach it may be completely different. So gathering this initial context is super important. And number 2, how do you currently do this? By analyzing the workflow of how your users are completing their jobs, this will allow your team to understand what's going really well and what's going poorly, and what can I do to actually improve this experience. And once you understand the scale of that problem, you can kind of go into number 3, which is, what could be better about how you do this? When you ask this question, when you understand the scale of that problem, you can then kind of map out the opportunities. And these opportunities are kind of small nuggets where you know that you can improve and build a better product. And let's say you spend about a day, or a half a day, speaking to your users, and you want to compile these insights in a really compelling way. One method that I want to talk about now is empathy maps. I found that empathy maps are a really, really great way to organize this information. Here's an example of an empathy map. So empathy maps represent a segment of your user that you think is your primary user, okay? And going through this exercise as a team, one thing that you can actually do is blow this up on a whiteboard and give each of your team members a sticky note and a marker, and ask each person to contribute to each of these segments. It's really important to go through this exercise using real research that you did in the field, and not based on assumptions which you think are right. But for the purpose of this exercise, and you guys may not be ready, but I thought it would be a really good idea for you guys to fill out some empathy maps in regards to the users that you want to solve problems for. I think JoJo's going to pass out some paper. Okay. As JoJo is doing that, what you guys could do is, it's not going to be fancy or anything, literally just this diagram, and in the middle, write down who your primary user is, what they do, and what are they trying to accomplish. In this case, my primary user is Helen Morgan. She is the CMO at Visa, and she's trying to publish a blog post, okay? And I'll go back here, and as you guys fill it out, we can kind of go through this together. In this first quadrant, what is your user thinking and feeling while they're trying to accomplish this task? You know, what are some of her worries? What are her aspirations? And what does she hear? You know, what are her friends, family, and other influencers saying that impacts her? And then what is she saying and doing, whether that's in private or public? And then what is she seeing? What are things in her environment that influence her while she's trying to accomplish this task? And, you know, lastly, what are her pain points? What are her fears, frustrations? And then what is she hoping to gain? Okay? Does anyone have any questions? I'm going to give you guys about 5 minutes. We're all good? Okay.
I don't have an idea, so.
Same here, actually.
Okay. Who here went through a 3-day startup? Do you guys remember who you were trying to solve a problem for during 3-day startup? Yeah? Let's start with that as an example. How does that sound? Okay? We're gonna give you guys about 2 more minutes, okay? And then we'll ask some people to share.
So, I mean, I basically did what you told us not to do, is to assume things, but, right, like, okay, yeah, what, so you're an aspiring developer. I decided to, like, learning how to code, which is, like, the blanket statement of all eternity now.
Yes, exactly.
What biggest frustration or obstacles are you facing?
It's difficult.
Like, the concepts?
Yeah. There's no application. The learning curve is not worth the application.
Oh, yeah.
That makes sense. There's too many languages. Pretty dense.
Okay guys, we're coming up on time. Does anyone want to share? It doesn't have to be complete yet, but I think it's good to talk through these things. Anyone? Or I'm gonna call on you and pick you randomly. Okay,
I will share.
hi Brendan.
Hello. So I did mine as the person that plans on the trip as you're traveling with a group of millennials. So like right after college, you go on trips somewhere, inevitably one person ends up planning more of it or less of it. So mine is that person. And as far as what she thinks and feels, a lot of times there's a lot of decisions to be made ahead of time or during, and it's hard not to know exactly what to do. It's also a pain in the ass to communicate with everybody once you do make a decision or coordinate and things like that. As far as what they see, they're seeing cool stuff because they're going cool places, but it's also a lot of like looking at their phone and trying to plan stuff as they're going through things. What are they saying do? Let's see, I can actually probably look at my thing. Oh, they decide, they read books, they talk to people, they tell people what's going on, and then they hear complaints, arguments, changes in plans, and the pain and frustration is getting everybody to make a decision, figuring out what the options are, and telling people what's going on, and the gain is that there's more coordination, collaboration, and other people will do more of the planning.
Awesome. Thanks, Brendan. With that, we're just gonna go to the next slide. So, in terms of the understand phase, once you understand your user really, really well, and we reviewed the methods of doing user interviews and also using an empty map to capture some of their findings. Let's say, from that standpoint, you want to go into the next step of defining your key strategy and your focus. These are the specific methods that I want to talk about today, and that's the position statement and the user journey. I think a lot of startups make the initial mistake of trying to do so many things at once, right? Which is a huge mistake because as an early stage company, you don't have that many resources. So the best thing that you can actually do is to execute on one thing exceptionally well, okay? One way to focus your product is by developing a position statement. A position statement is typically used by product teams to, describe your core audience, to whom your product is directed, and why they should care. A statement like this could be really powerful because it could guide every product and marketing decision that you make moving forward. It also helps you target your product on your unique value proposition, okay? And to be clear, this is not marketing speak. This is an internal tool for your team to use to focus your efforts. A position statement typically looks something like this, where you fill in the blanks, almost like an ad-lib style sentence. In this first section here, you list who your target market is, who are you building for, who is your user, and then what is your product, what do you guys do, and then your key benefits. Why are people using your product? Why are you special? And then when it goes to this section where you start the sentence with unlike, that's usually a second sentence, and that is where you spend time describing how you're different than your competitors. Are people taking notes? Okay, let me know when I can move forward, okay? And we can also share these slides with you guys after. I think that would be helpful. Yeah.
So how long would each of the answers to these be? Like just like really, really short? Because if it's too short, then it's not like well defined.
So the question was, how long should these specific answers be when you're creating a position statement? I'm actually going to show you guys an example next. So let's go to that now. Here's an example from Amazon in their early days. You guys may remember that they initially just focused solely on selling books. That was their first kind of product market fit, if you would say. So let's read this out loud. For internet users who enjoy reading books, Amazon.com is a retail bookseller that provides instant access to 1.1 million books. Unlike traditional book retailers, Amazon.com provides a combination of extraordinary convenience, low prices, and comprehensive selection. If you recall from the last slide, you can see here their target market is internet users. And not just internet users, but they've segmented it down to internet users who enjoy reading books. And Amazon.com is the product. They are a retail bookseller. And the key benefit here is that they provide instant access to over 1.1 million books. And this next sentence here is their differentiator. So how are they different? They are different than their competitor, which are here, traditional book retailers, because they provide extraordinary convenience, low prices, and a comprehensive selection. We have another exercise, guys. So, for your product or your idea, I want you guys to take a stab at going through this exercise. You may find that it's harder than it is, because these position statements are actually pretty hard to do, but I think it would be worth it to take about 5 minutes and go through this. We have about 2 minutes left before we're gonna share some stuff. Okay, we're gonna call on some people to share. Arturo, I feel like you're writing a lot. Do you wanna share?
Yeah. So it's for people that work for themselves and use web-based platforms. GigShared is an online platform that connects people in need of a service with someone that can help. Unlike other platforms that have high fees and unverified users, GigShared is where people can come together in the gig and shared economy with 100% verified user base and only 5% fee for transactions.
Awesome.
That was a really good differentiator. One question I have for you are, who are the 4 people? What do they do?
What for?
You mentioned that your product was for 4 people that work.
It's 4 people.
Right, but who are the 4 people?
No, 4 people, anybody.
Oh, gotcha, sorry.
Yeah.
Literally, only 4 people.
We're gonna charge you $20,000 a year?
It's 4 people.
Okay.
It's 4 people.
Got it. Does anyone else want to share before we move on? How's everyone feeling? Good? Okay. So, one of the things that I want to talk about next, this method is called the user journey. The user journey is a map in which you kind of map out the key steps that your users take to accomplish their goals using your product. So let's look at an example. Here's an example of the user journey that a marketer would take to try in NewsCred, the product that I work on now, to publish content. So at a high level, you can see the stages that they go through. So this marketer is discovering content, organizing it, collaborating with their peers, and then they publish, right? The last stage is the end goal. And then when you kind of look at these specific kind of emojis or whatever, below here, you can see that these are the actions the users are taking in each of these stages to accomplish their goal. So as a curator, I'm searching for content in this specific part of my product. I'm aggregating that content by favoriting it. Then I start working, and there's multiple people working at the same time I am, and an editor on my team then goes in, approves, and publishes it. So I wanted to share a video with you guys. This is Jack Dorsey, who is one of the co-founders of Twitter. And he goes into the importance of defining the user journey and using these narratives to define your product and define how you want your users to accomplish their goals within your product that you're designing or building. Does anyone have questions before we go to the video, by the way?
Are
Yes.
the colored faces in this diagram indicative of something?
So, Linda?
Yeah.
Linda's question was, are the colored faces indicative of something? A user journey in itself is literally just a map of the steps that people take to accomplish their goals. Here, we kind of took it a step further because we did a lot of user research and we understood the pain points that each of these people were facing as they were moving through this journey. So this was something that I did to just connote that pain point, right? Here we can see that this collaboration phase, people were really angry because it's super hard to collaborate right now on the platform. Oh gosh.
One of the biggest things that has helped me is learning how to become a better storyteller and the power of a story. And by this I mean, if you want to build a product and you want to build a product that is relevant to folks, you need to put yourself in their shoes and you need to write a story from their side. So we spend a lot of time writing what's called user narratives of this user or this person is in the middle of Chicago and they go to a coffee store in the middle of Chicago and this is the experience they're going to have. It reads like a play. It's really, really beautiful. And if you do that story well, then all of the prioritization, all of the product, all of the design, and all the coordination that you need to do with these products just falls out naturally. Because you can edit the story and everyone can relate to the story from all levels of the organization, engineers to operations to support to designers to the business side of the house. So that story is very, very important for us. And really constantly considering the story and what new twists and elements we need to add to the story are a pretty big deal for us as well. And we want to tell an epic story. We want to solve a really big problem. We don't want to have a bunch of short stories strung together. We want one epic, cohesive story that we tell the world. And both Twitter and Square are driving towards this goal.
Okay, that was Jack Dorsey on the importance of user narratives in this specific process in order to define the product that you want to build. Does anyone have any questions before we move on to the next stage? We're good? Cool. Yes.
Could you go back one slide and
Yes.
then get down the...
And we can share this out afterwards too, but I'll go back really quickly. This one right here or this one?
That one.
Yeah. We're good? Okay. So the next stage that I want to talk about is the diverge stage. This is probably one of the funnest stages that any team could go through because this is the time that you and your team can explore as many ideas as possible. And the methods that I want to talk about are these different sketching exercises that you can use to get all of your ideas out there on a piece of paper. It's really hard to make this into like an exercise format right now, so I'm just going to talk through these, okay? Crazy eights. What is crazy eights? This is a really great warm-up exercise. This is when you invite your team to work individually. The purpose of this is to sketch as many ideas as possible, and you time box that into 5 minutes. It's called crazy eights because the goal here is to sketch 8 ideas in 5 minutes. And it's really easy to overthink, but the purpose here is to get as many ideas down as possible, and if you can't draw it, you can even write it out, okay? The next exercise that my team really likes to follow up with is this, which we call the one big idea. When you spend 5 minutes kind of brain dumping everything on a piece of paper, you can then spend 5 minutes focusing on one big idea where you'll have the chance to get into more detail. So out of all those 8 ideas that you sketched, which one do you actually want to focus on and refine? And you can always steal, borrow, or elaborate on other people's ideas. So this process is very collaborative and it's very fun. Oftentimes, when you have a really complex idea that may not fit on one page or one piece of paper, an exercise that I like to do is storyboarding. So you can spend 5 minutes storyboarding as well, but with a storyboard, it allows your team to think in terms of flows, right? And if you've never done storyboarding before, think of it as a comic book strip where you kind of map out each key step that your user may take. This is the last exercise that I wanted to talk about in this phase. Do we have any questions specifically about these exercises, how they may work, clarity on anything? Yes?
For the crazy eights, are those just generic ideas, or are they like catered to one idea for one specific product? What direction do you give them when you say, give me 8 ideas?
Right. When you go through this process, this is usually done on day 2. And on day 1, you've spent time understanding your user, your business needs, right? And then your tech capacities. And then when you define that problem in those last slides that I mentioned, you have your position statement, right? And you've defined the user journey. So at this point, you have all this stuff and you want to get your ideas out there in a really targeted way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Any other questions about the first 3 phases that I just mentioned? Because JoJo's going to go into detail in regards to the last 3. Okay.
Thanks, Maddie. So once you get to that point, it's time for you and your team to start making some decisions. And there's also quite a few methods that you can go through in order to make a decision. But with multiple people on your team, one thing that we use a lot and a lot of teams use is Zen voting. Zen voting is just basically a way for everyone to vote on whatever solution that they think is best versus everyone in the room talking as loud as they can and influencing others. The process of Zen voting is also, it's super simple and based on your team needs. If it's 2 people or 10 people or 40 people, it should be flexible.
Did someone have a question in the back?
I think you're just stretching.
Oh.
And so to go through the steps of Zen voting, generally you start out, everyone gets a certain number of votes, usually it's 3, and you just put it up on your favorite solution that you'd like to test for the day. And then the top voted solutions you would run through usually in like 3 minutes. And you've already sort of discussed like the technical feasibility. So at this point, it's not a debate. It's just running through for kind of context and consensus with the group. So once you have that, it's similar to the 3DS heads down vote, which all of you guys have done. You just vote on the number 1 solution that you want to test or move forward with. And once you have that, you're ready to start moving on to the next steps. Prototyping and script are usually the next steps. I'm going over prototyping first. And I know a lot of you guys did this at 3DS. There's a ton of different types of methods. The prototyping on paper, some of you guys might have used the POP app. There's also physical prototypes and click-throughs. And I'm going to go through click-throughs a little bit and show you guys some stuff. So as far as prototypes goes, for our team, a prototype is just something that makes your ideas real enough so you can get feedback. And we also like to think MVP. So every prototype that we make, we like to keep it as simple as possible. So if we're trying to test multiple flows or multiple features with one user, we don't just jumble it all into the same prototype so that they'll end up getting lost. We'll break it up and we'll test for those individually. So I'm gonna run through Marvel. I'm guessing a lot of you guys did some prototyping, but we also work with a whole lot of people who ask us to do this. And the process is actually really simple. So we use a tool called Marvel. It's free, it's really easy to get started. It can also handle really complex click-throughs. There's also some good stuff like some UX feedback tools, so you can do screen record. If you want to do remote testing, you can get people to submit feedback just through the app. So I'm going to do a quick run through, and I'm going to do it mirrored, so I hope it goes smoothly. Okay, so this is Marvel. I've already uploaded. I'm just going to go through 3 screens just to show you guys how easy it is. But basically, this will be kind of basically a flow to select which charger you want to start walking to. But again, it's just super simple. So right here, I'm highlighting a hotspot. I'm going to give it a screen transition. Oh, I have to click this first. We'll do slide left. And then again, this is the list view. I'm going to have that one go to this screen. We'll slide up. And then on the final screen, we're just going to say that the user is supposed to be canceling it. And do that one more time. So sometimes we do prototypes with 20 to 30 screens. Sometimes it can be 5 screens. It just depends on kind of what it is that you're trying to test. You can also download these for offline, and you can play them natively in the app. So on your phone, you can have it available for offline, so you won't need Wi-Fi or anything like that. And oops. Hold on. So this is generally what happens. If someone doesn't know exactly where to go, it'll kind of nudge them in the right direction. So you click list view. I want to go to the closest one. So basically, I've started my walk towards the charger and then cancel out. But again, just wanted to give you guys an idea of, you can do all this stuff yourself pretty easily. And again, Marvel's free. So there's also a lot of other good tools out there. InVision is very similar to Marvel. It's also free. Keynote, which is on everyone's Mac, is also a really good prototyping tool that we use a ton. You can design and prototype within it, which is actually really nice. Marvel, it's just uploading already designed screens. And then I put POP up there because I'm sure some of you guys use it during 3DS, but it's also something you can do just on the go. I think Marvel and InVision also offer the same features. And so moving into validating your idea, the method that we're going to talk about today is usability testing. And to start out, you guys may not be doing too much of this, but we spend a lot of time qualifying participants. So if we're running 5 tests, we want to know that we're running 5 tests with kind of the exact target that we want. So we'll generally recruit on Facebook, and meetup groups are a great way to do it. Also Craigslist. We offer compensation generally, like a $30 Amazon gift card, something like that. So if any of you guys are interested in this, we could talk after. But during 3DS, most of you guys went out and talked to a bunch of folks. So this is a huge advantage. If you got their contact info, it's a good time to just reach back out whenever you have a script and prototype ready and go do some usability tests with them. And so why validate and why do usability testing? Instead of building a product and crossing your fingers and just hoping that it's a success, this method helps you get real-time feedback and insights on the product or features from users. And it's prior to building or launching anything. And as most of you guys know, building and launching something can be incredibly expensive and can end up taking quite a bit of time. So going backwards is always sort of a big deal. So we're trying to validate as many things up front and as quickly as we can. And our first step, like I said, we usually do this before a prototype, is a script. So that's like part of our planning process. So a script is very important. It also, like during our testing, it acts as our agenda, it acts as our checklist, and it also keeps our question framing in line throughout all the tests. And since it's hard to run, like to give you guys a workshop and have you run any type of usability testing, I'm just gonna go through some like key points of writing a script that hopefully you guys can take afterwards and then, you know, use it. So it seems obvious, but it's easy to forget. A friendly welcome is super important. So whenever they come in, getting started on the right foot is always good. People need to feel comfortable in order to be open and honest. And we also always include this in the script. Again, we stick to the script basically the whole time. And we'll sometimes start out using lines like, thanks for coming in today. We're always trying to improve our product, and getting your feedback is really an important part of that. So we're just trying to get a little bit of buy-in. And then also letting them know that it's informal, even though it's actually not. But we'll be asking a lot of questions, and that we're not testing them, we're testing the product. Again, we're trying to get buy-in even though we really are testing the users. Context questions, this is another thing just to get people comfortable. Sometimes you'll have someone taking notes in the room, someone setting up whatever the prototype may be. And so building a rapport with those people is always very important. It's also a good way to build up to the more personal questions where you're gonna start getting the feedback and insight that you really want. So for example, you can start out with something general like what kind of work do you do and for how long have you been doing it? And then you can start to get to where you wanna go and say like, what do you do to take care of yourself, to stay in shape, etc. And then eventually you get to the question you basically wanted to ask the whole time is, have you used any apps or websites to help with fitness, and which ones? So from there you can start kind of asking why and taking it as far as you want. And once we kind of have a good feeling and we're comfortable, that's when we'll start to introduce the prototypes. Again, we're sort of trying to get buy-in and make them feel comfortable. So you can say things like, there are no right or wrong answers. Since I didn't build this, you won't be hurting my feelings or flatter me. And also very important is to ask them to think out loud. You'll learn a lot of valuable stuff that way. So if they're stuck somewhere, just remind them, think out loud. Like you want to hear what they're thinking, why they're stuck, what they like, etc. And also, we don't try to influence the users. Like when we're doing these tests, we don't really want to lead them in any one direction. But since we have a script that we're sticking through, there we will nudge them at certain points. So for example, you could just say something like, instead of click that button, just what would you do next, and then ask why. So if they're stuck and they don't really know what's going on, try and nudge them towards the right direction, but usually don't give it to them. And if they answer that, then you can give it to them and move on. But you need, so another thing is you need all tests to be run the same. So when you're going through like, whenever you're gonna put all of this data together and try and decide something, you want it to all be based off the same script, so you're able to basically add everything together and make a good decision. And then you'll wrap up with a quick debrief. This is a good time to see what sticks out to those people that you've been testing with, so it's a good time to basically revalidate any of the major points that stuck out to them. A good debrief question is, how would you describe this product to a friend, and how does this compare to what you do now? And then keep asking why. And if you're testing with multiple prototypes and flows, you can say things like, which parts of each would you combine, and which ones worked better for you? So some things I went over, but also main takeaways is whenever you're talking with these people, kind of at like a minimum, is just to always ask open-ended questions and never ask yes/no questions. So instead of saying, now that you've seen the site, would you be ready to sign up now? If they say yes or no, you're kind of cheating yourself. You're not getting much information. So you could say, now that you've seen the site, what are you thinking and why? And you can sort of build on that conversation. And then the curiosity mindset. I think if you're doing this, most of you guys will care what the user's saying, but just keep that curiosity in mind. So you want to keep pushing and you want to learn as much as you And I love this quote. So it just says, if you don't talk to your customers, how will you know how to talk to your customers? This is good because just getting out there and doing it's really important. The first ones might not go all that well, but the more you do it, the better feedback that you'll get. And it's incredibly valuable to get this type of feedback from your users. So some after the presentation homework is, I think that we'll share this with you guys, and if you take this framework, write a script and make a prototype, however simple they may be, and just go out and talk to some users. If you can record audio and video, like just through your MacBook or on your phone or whatever it may be, it's a really good reference point when you're going back and doing analysis. If you're able to if you have a team member, bring someone else in to be jotting down notes. We focus a lot on quotes, so what people say, and then we'll start organizing those quotes, and then go through that learning analysis process. And when you do go through that process, a couple things just to keep in mind. Look for patterns, organize and prioritize the feedback, and then focus on what's next. So ask yourself, if you're on the right track, are you ready to build? If the answer is yes, you can start moving towards it. If whatever the solution is that you came up with isn't quite on the right track, you can start planning out like what you need to test next. And the purpose of this process is to learn. So failure leads to refinement, which leads to success, and then success leads to more success. And then, yeah, I think we still have a little bit of time, so any questions you guys have, we'd love to answer them.
So, at what point during the usability interview is it like, I mean, so you'll ask them a bunch of background questions, and then at what point is it that you actually walk through the prototype with them, or have them walk through the prototype? And then are you asking questions while they walk through the prototype, or do you sort of wait? I mean, you're asking them to think out loud, and then at the end you're sort of like, what did you think?
Yeah, so when they're going through it, you're usually, like, you don't want to distract them.
Right.
So you can ask them to think out loud, and you can ask them why. So you can ask them to, like, if they're stuck, you want to know why. If they answer, you can go into it. But you still, like, you're trying to test that flow. So you don't want to have too much conversation in that, or else you won't end up testing it. So again, sticking to the script, we usually don't have a ton of questions during the usability test. It's more nudging and asking them to think out loud.
Right, and one thing that JoJo mentioned, which is really important, is the script, right? If you plan out really, really well ahead of time, and you have an idea around, let's say you're trying to make a cooking app, and you're trying to help chefs shop better, what part of your app is the benefit? Maybe it's finding ingredients online on Amazon, or I don't know, I'm just making stuff up. But whatever flow that you're trying to test, you can also write down specific tasks. So let's say you have 3, and you want that user to accomplish those 3 tasks, and you're trying to nudge them towards doing that. I think that's like the best way to plan for this.
Any other questions?
What would I replace the usability test with if I'm selling a service rather than a product?
I don't quite know, but I guess it depends on what type of service. Like, are you selling that service to a big company for their users or for their employees? Or are you selling like a service to other companies that you'll be doing?
I'm looking at aerial photography, so I'd be selling to realtors.
Uh-huh.
So it's kind of a job per job. I'm taking pictures and selling it to them, so there's not really a way to demo that.
Yeah, that's true. I think that so the way that you would sell it is that there's going to be more value or quicker sale, I'm guessing. Like that there's something about aerial photography that people buying houses like sways their decision. So maybe talking with some of them and getting quotes or, going through the process of how they made a decision and what websites they used and what impacted them the most. You could then take that stuff and probably use it as like a sales pitch to the realtors. And if you can collect quite a bit of data, like how effective are photographs or video, that would be very useful stuff to use. Anything on that? Is that helpful?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
How are your customers finding out about this service usually?
I don't have it yet, so.
Okay, I would figure that out. You know, there's something that you could do really quickly, which we didn't touch on here, was validation demand. So there is a test that you can run with this where you might want to launch a really quick sign-up page, and if you can identify who your target market is, you can see if they sign up for it. And that really basically validates, like, oh, should I actually pursue this problem? Should I build, you know, aerial photography? So.
Cool.
Any other questions? Okay. How much do we have? Is it done? We're done?
Yeah, it's like
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
All right, a huge thanks to Maddie, to JoJo for this. This is good stuff, and this covers a lot of next step stuff for 3-day startup. You know, focusing on the problem so much and then jumping into the solution. So that was awesome. So we got a little bit of a break, and we are going to be meeting next of all at Handsome. It's on the agenda. It's also on the flyer there, out there, but it's a little past I-35. So not too long of a walk, but University of Austin, what is that? It is a bad pitch competition. There's going to be free drinks. Basically what we're going to do is we're going to form you into groups. You're going to come up with a bunch of really terrible ideas. We're going to pitch them, and we're going to have a panel of goofballs select the best winner, the best one of them all. So this will be the 4th time we've done it. It's a ton of fun. So you guys will love it, have a great time. So it's going to be at 6:15, so 1 hour from now. All right? Excellent. Thanks, everybody.
I was taking notes on it, but like literally my life right now.
Just right now?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Like we started kind of, I don't know, 3 days, 4 days ago. 3 days. We arrived and then we did the PDF.
I think this was helpful for you guys.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a lot of information. But we can always share.
Yeah, that's why I would like us to have to access to like.
So Maya has everyone's email, so we can share it with Maya and we'll send it out.
Alright. Yeah, because like, what do you guys do? What is your, like, do you work together or why did you do that? Because I actually researched you for a task for this trip.
Oh, really?
Because we had to find 3 companies in Austin.
Yeah.
Actually, because I didn't know that you
Yeah.
were here. Because we had to pick 3 companies in Austin. We would like one
He's here today.
Yeah, I know.
He's going with us.
Like I was not prepared, but I don't know. Like this is new. But I just started to get.
Do you know anybody else in Abbott here? Do we know anybody else in Portland?
I'm like an interface designer and interaction designer.
The other thing is that, I don't know if you realize it.
I don't want to move away from initial design.
I was going to clarify that.
That's
right, that's an auxiliary. Does the hacker team have
This process is so important. Yes.
I know that Shayna, if they don't, they won't be able to get their back. Does the hacker team have a key card?
My company's big, but our design team is quite small. So I go through this process. What I love, even though I going through the process, it's important to know that what you're making is the right thing. And when you're working on a small company, when you're working on a small company, good skill set you have.
But a lot of companies don't want to get through the process. They want to get
But I need to
I know, I probably would have like
Yeah, there will be.
Did it work?
It worked really well because you have other stakeholders involved in the process. We had engineers, we had salespeople. When you go through this process together, everyone understands your process, right? And they don't just associate with what you do with the pixels on a page.
It's about the teamwork, right? It's not about like doing it on my own on a piece of paper. Yeah, it's so great. I think I'm gonna write my master thesis about something like that. I'm not sure what it should be about yet. Like I thought about maybe a tool set. Like first I thought about a board, a design thinking board, which is like interactive or something. But I don't know, like I don't know enough about it, you know? Like,
There's a thing called Murally. Murally, you should check it out. So it helps with a lot of this stuff, and it's like an online tool. It's kind of like a big board and it's collaborative. Check out Murally. So like empathy maps and all of your analysis, you can do it within the same product and share it with like whoever, team members or clients. They do it really well. Murally, it's like MURAL.ly or something. You just look it up.
so you have to go now.
No.
Also, one second.
Interrupt.
Because I don't know, I was wondering, like, are you supposed to be together tomorrow as well? Or?
I might show up for a little bit. I live in New York City now, so I'm flying out Monday.
So
I'm gonna be here tonight, so I'll be here. Yeah.
okay, like,
Yeah.
okay. I'll try to, like, I'm not sure if I will.
Are you building drones?
Yes, and follow me.
Well, I'm using drones, but not building them. Because building your own would be hard,
Yeah.
and it,
For your business, you
Thank you so much.
yeah, and so, yes, you can build them on your own, it's not too hard, so
I might come back
do
tomorrow.
well. Like getting everything perfectly balanced is important, because if it's not all perfectly centered and aligned, then your camera's gonna go,
When is
so I'd rather just pay extra and get it perfect, you know? Yeah, now if I were selling drones, I'd want to learn how to I'm not selling pictures.
Okay, let me talk to Alexis and maybe I can just come up whenever you guys have that.
Between.
Hello, Andrew.
But only if you really have fun. Like, I don't want to.
No, if I have time, I would love to come. Okay.
Thank you so much. I will ask.
Sometimes I wish I drank coffee.
There we go. So I did sort of market validation.
Yeah, when did you participate?
This past semester, actually.
Okay, cool.
But in order to, funding is not really there right now, so in order to actually I guess validate for a target market, do you suggest doing like a website for sign-ups and like where we take a problem and then how we are going to provide a solution and then see if they're
So
interested?
tell me a little bit about your idea.
We're a subscription-based
Ride sharing. Okay.
So we're not competing with traditional, you purchasing a car, right? So ideally what we want to do is bring down the cost of owning a car, and where you pay, this flat monthly fee, and you get an unlimited number of rides from the radio.
And what did you learn when you went through the MES process?
So what I learned, well, the biggest part was the whole market validation.
Okay.
We did it for 2 days because initially we were trying to compete with them, and people were not.
So then that's why you shifted now.
We shifted to competition against vehicles because once we stated that, they were more inclined to do it. They were like, okay, they realized how much money they're actually spending on the car. They realized that they're only using their car
So you're talking to the users who have cars that use.
So we'll go and
Yeah.
Okay.
But now they're like, okay, well, I'd rather, if I'm going to be spending, much less than half what I spend on service, I'd much rather do that than actually own a car. Plus, I get to get chauffeur.
Okay.
Right?
It's like a mobile phone. We
Yeah.
have a little camera.
Yeah, so then what was your
Just basically
question?
sits
So
right here,
I
and then we
understand
have
what you
another camera
learned, and then
that
your question.
I was asking you
So that
if
everything
you
that they're
suggest
doing,
that,
everything that they're
we
saying,
do a website where we say the
But
problem
we don't do that.
solution, push that out. And we did a marble design for
hallway
so
testing. Like we've
I
done
guess
it.
go out and
That's
talk to
also
people
like
and then just see.
So-
Because from what I was getting from what you guys were saying, it's like, okay, you bring people to a room and then you go through the whole process with the script. and then you provide them an incentive to get there, right? But would just going out into the street and talking to people.
That might work, depending on who your target is.
Yeah,
If
that's
you can
like,
identify
so
that
we
person
do,
really well,
we design
then
and
it's worth it to go through this exercise. Part of this
and
exercise is
most
also
of our
not
design work is
demand
focused on this
validation.
exact same thing.
If someone goes through your Marvel model,
we
they're
do a
like,
lot
wow,
of
this is really cool, and they're really interested in it, almost validate it in a way where you have this person now that
also we
might
could,
want to sign up and become a customer.
if you want to
So
talk to like someone
what
on the team,
JoJo
they
talked
could
about in terms of qualifying it is important. Do you still have contacts from the people that you know?
We do.
Yeah, you should do this with them and see if they would sign up.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my like best recommendation.
Yeah, it is.
You can talk to people in the street too, but I think the data might not be as rich.
The only issue, well, okay, the only issue there is I might not have it right to bring actually have them come to wherever X location to test out the product.
So who is your target market?
So we're looking at people that go to work, 20, I believe it was like 23 to 35-year-old computers, something like that.
Are you based here in Austin?
Yeah, leaving town. So we
One
did,
thing I would do is
So I have two business
ask
partners.
Cam
One of
or
them
Maya,
was also
whoever,
part of
if you
3DS
come
and
one
loves to
day,
mentor.
and then
I
go
also,
up here on
like,
this floor and
half
do
of our
testing.
team is from 3DS.
Because literally everyone that's here is in that age range,
so everyone's
probably
like-
is very young, might not want a car.
No, we just
I think
met
that would
them
be a really good way to test in a
Not half of
setting
our
with
team.
people that
A third of
more
our
or so less fit within
20.
that target.
So I would say
okay,
like
well, I mean, Cameron and Mohit are sort of like
on our team have gone through
mentors, so
Okay.
they're on board,
Yes.
and they know exactly what's going on. So, yeah, I mean, I haven't thought about that, but yeah.
yeah, so I did 3DS
I think
like
that
4
would be a really
years
good
ago.
idea
John
because on
did
average
3DS
you
like
have
6 years
like
ago.
people working on this
I've also
every
like
day, and I think it would
mentored
be
actually we did
a lot better than going out on the street.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, so then push that, and then push on the website so we can sign up. Like, people see,
No.
you want to hear more information.
It started before I joined. Like after
rolling in your
well, I kind of joined like around the same time.
I just wanted to.
But then another our second 3DS, I worked on a project with two friends, and they spent the next year on their 3DS project. They got funding for it, but and I still worked with them, but they ended up. They're now doing something. Yeah.
I'm not sure
Yeah.
if I will continue the project because I
Yeah.
And I appreciate your insight on the
Yeah.
services. Because I have one of these asking customers the home buyer.
I don't know. Come by and talk to someone next week or something.
Thank you for coming out.
Yeah.
You live here in Austin?
I live an hour north up in Texas. So yeah, mom shipped me off for the weekend to have fun.
Are y'all gonna be at Capital Vector? Or no?
I will. I appreciate it so much.
Okay.
It's a great talk.
Okay.
Like, just kind of want to like how would you change that so that
No, developer, designer, PM. Yeah, so we're a mobile company. We do like a little tiny bit of web, but we do like we do like if someone needs some web component for a mobile app, we can do that. But yeah, we're mobile.
the reason I say it's a great
Everything.
I'm from Canada. I flew all the way from
Yep.
to just come for this. And I literally got here like yesterday, and it was my first day in Texas. And yeah, it is. It is. But it's not too bad.
Yeah, so we do that, and then we also work with like
that.
bigger companies who either need a
There,
mobile team
but it's not
if they have like
so my two ideas is
some type of offering and they have some data that they want to figure out what to do with,
so I
help
can
them
use marijuana mobile, and
What's
but
up?
still legal for everyone else.
Except for Colorado.
I mean, we'll go through there,
And Seattle.
but no.
Yeah. Well, that's the trend right now currently in the states. Like you guys are gradually legalizing it state by state. Justin Trudeau, our prime minister, was just flat out said he wants to legalize it within the year, which I don't think he'll actually do it. I think he'll probably be able to.
Everybody, real quick, just use shit tomorrow.
what I always do is I get it.
So realistically, realistically, I don't think it'll actually re-utilize across Canada just because of the customer service.
Yeah, I'll just write you back.
Until maybe like 2019.
I'll see you when the team's available.
But basically what I want to do
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's great to meet you.
Starbucks
Great to meet you.
before that all
Sie hat Stanne.
and because of the cannabis
I'm about to head out. I just wanted to say I
deal with
appreciate
this,
you
I kind
answering
of
my
want
question.
to work it
Yeah, okay.
build
Because I
that
had
so I
to
can
talk
basically build it to the size where I'm buying out smaller companies rather than being smaller.
One thing is that I actually talked to a builder, and he had a drone video done, and he sold a ranch really quickly. And from that drone video, he had like ranch owners all over
Like I've already kind
Texas
of developed the
reach out to him for real, no, to sell there. So he got like, it was like lead gen just from doing this video. So he bought a DJI, is that right? The new DJI, yeah, so he bought his own drone. It's like an older guy, and he's been doing his own
like a cafe
drone stuff. So I was saying like if you can get like a good amount of stuff like that.
Yeah, like right now, it's really, sorry, it's just been really this month, the last month that things have really been starting to come together, which is also why I came down here. Like I lived to the last day where it was the last
Yeah, we found this space. That's actually,
and it's the last.
Can't see it. I'm wearing a shoe for the first time today.
So
I have
what
two
are your
broken
goals?
toes under there. We're moving to East Side. So we've been renovating.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, so we went to West.
What is your next goal?
My next goal really is how do I get
We went to
get
West
it
Six,
so I can actually
and now we're moving to East Side. So we went there for a summer, which is like 8 or 9 months or something.
Do you ever talk to
I don't know,
the guy
since you're based in Canada, you might want to talk to somebody that's based in Canada with this, right? And it's also, there is high risk in terms of, I want
Like I was trying to
rent out
schedule a time to go look it up or look it
other
up, and I may have told him like the space we were looking
really, really
for, and then
quickly.
it was something like
through
oh,
networking,
we're
just
doing
talking to
something
people
different
here. I just talked to people where there's actually a concept that started up.
How's it been like?
What they'll do is they'll actually deliver cannabis cookies to your door. My pitch is going all which I guess I kind of already have now, where it's just kind of like people will call me up or call my buddies up and
That's one of the more like a
the other thing that we strive for is like
or something.
Is that I'm getting more into the industry.
Maybe.
It's like saying I'm not free.
That found out the method of like I don't know how what shattered.
No, just another like.
So basically it's
It was like something
better
pizza or like
than what
traditional taco in there.
and now that
There was something in the past like 6 months.
it's a sharing community, so he didn't keep
Yeah.
trade
Just like,
they actually gave it away to a couple of his friends.
What is this
But now those people are, I think,
I think I
sharing to other
remember you
people, and
talking
those
about
people
this
are
a
now
little
beginning
bit
to
when
cut
we
corners
Yeah, so we
to
started
get
lab
more
stuff.
yield,
It's been going good.
but have a
So
lesser
we've been
product.
renovating the office for
And
almost a month. So
basically, what we want to do is we're going to start making our own.
We haven't
stuff.
really made any progress.
The whole thing we're going to
this
strive
month,
for is
but,
quality, and with the sheer amount that we want to do as well, because as a medical patient, I can legally grow 6 plants at a time. So if I pair up with other medical patients, we can basically have like
nothing came from it for almost a whole
further
year,
cuts our
and so
costs.
we
I think we have some really interesting ideas.
we
like,
stopped
what
that
would
and we
help you
did
with
this, and like
So like in the next 6
reading
months,
it,
like what
which
do you
means
want
like
to
I'm
what do you
like
want
making sure shit happens.
Yeah.
So now we're actually doing
like measure yourself each
So we've launched 2 projects. We're almost done with the facial.
Oh yeah, and there's no
I
food
want to grow
reason,
this
right?
thing, but I have so many ideas.
Just roast it on.
You know, I don't know where to go.
Very
So I think
I
maybe
don't really
spend
know.
a
Like
day or
honestly,
even
I don't think I have.
mapping out,
It was
okay, in
just like
6
something
months,
fun.
these
So
are 3
we were
things
like,
that I want to happen.
we were looking
And then
into
come up
like
with goals
the
for
Google
yourself for
Cloud API, which can like
each
you
of
can
those
take a
things,
picture
and then,
and
like,
it can tell you like logos. It can
But
also
you're
tell
like,
you like
Chance to
there's
say
some
hi to
notifications
Spencer.
going
fast
good.
manner.
No, but
But
Spencer and I are. I tell him. I give him sweet
But
nothing.
it's really practical.
Well, like kind of like
So
we talking
we
about before when there was like
so that was what
stuff
led
like
to
they
it, and then we
talking
started
about filling
looking
up the gaps. Like right now, I'm aware there are gaps, but I don't know how to fill
It's now we call it facial face.
so maybe that's a goal for you, right?
So it's more just
In
like
6
fun.
months,
So
I'd write
the
a
idea was like if
three
you're doing a
gaps
trade show or a
and then
talk,
identify those
you
gaps
could
and then
put
come
this
up
app
with a
on like a
plan
360
that you
camera
can track
or on a
yourself
phone or
each
whatever it
month
may
so that
be, and
gap
you're getting like
closes in 6 months or
like a running emotion
And then
face,
the other idea
face analysis,
was,
like, so if you're at a trade show,
basically gonna
everyone who
start out
comes
as a
up, you
food
can
truck,
see like,
but then the
they
food
happy,
truck's gonna
sad,
be able
this,
to
or they
generate
yell,
enough
blah, 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 and then in talks.
So what I wanna do is
map it
like
up over
initially
talk
the
and
food
see,
truck
like,
doesn't
when
even
did-
necessarily
Yeah.
have its own gimmick
I don't
right
think
now.
when did they all go to sleep? I don't think the runners care.
Plan is
Yeah.
to
But
do
you
it
have
in
to watch Android.
I just showed up
You
a
can do
little
like,
late.
I forgot, I
So
need to
it's
do like
like
33
so now I'm
seconds.
producing.
It's fine, we're
It'll,
doing it now.
there's like
Yeah.
14
Yeah.
pieces.
Yeah.
It'll take that and it'll say like
Yeah.
male, female,
And
what
then
emotion,
also further on down the
the
road, I'd
percentage
also
of
like to get like a
emotions.
deli.
It does
So
like
now
facial hair
the
and
food
some
truck
other,
is
like,
entirely
just weird
supplied
stuff.
by its own meats and its own bread. So it's further cutting costs and then everything
which is
just kind
cool,
of
and
links
it's like
together and it
pretty
feeds
high.
itself.
So,
Yeah,
It's a lot.
there's
that one's
I would map all this out.
all of those,
So I feel like you can only achieve so many
Microsoft,
of you focus.
HP,
Right, and I feel like you
Google,
have a
they're
lot
all
of ideas. Like, I wanna do
releasing
that, I wanna do
these
this,
like
I wanna do
machine
this. But like, what
learning,
much
Yeah.
of today
facial
you get?
recognition,
Yeah.
all these different
Because
things. Yeah,
which is cool for us.
But I think
We want to play with as much stuff
Yeah.
as we can, and then hopefully
I
get.
think you're in a
Like,
space
we
where
wanna
there's a
try
lot
to
of
get
back on, and when she
So
turned
you
on,
guys
that's
trying
the
to
thing.
create like
Right
almost
now,
like a
it's
studio
just-
startup on this sort of thing, like,
How big is your
you,
team?
are you
I
familiar
got
with
crew
studio
or something,
startups?
like 4 people,
Are we talking
including
about
myself.
crew?
And
Actually,
two of them
what
are
is
benefit
this
stations, and then one of them
So
is
studio
slightly
startup
down
is like,
south is willing.
basically like the idea was,
We could put books like
they
this.
kind of declined because nobody
You
realized
know,
that
I
they
think one thing
they
that
don't
is
work
your
quite as
biggest
well as they'd
issue
like
is
them
you
to.
talk to me about that is quality.
But they started their own product.
Yeah,
Okay.
they like they
Nice.
build
That's
they build a
attractive.
bunch of different startups.
We didn't know
Yeah.
And they kind of just see what
Do you know who
works
David
and
So
then
no,
and then
we're not trying to do it. We'll like, we'd love
But
to,
we'll have
because
tomorrow,
that'd
so
be
I'm
super
gonna
fun.
handle that.
But, I mean, I don't know any panels, we can't afford to be building, tons of products and putting effort into them. So instead what we're doing is we're trying to do like experience.
I actually used to be
So I
that was my
specifically, like, when
initial
talking to
trade,
team
but then I
and
got into
planning stuff,
a really bad
we're not
motorcycle
building
accident.
stuff.
That's actually why I became running experience because I get
Yeah.
chronic
Okay.
headaches.
But it's one of those
I
experiments where
need
you
to
well,
it's basically I just
So let's try to get that. So yeah, the answer is yes, but mostly what I think most people is it's
coming out.
about the stuff we get priced, but
yeah, it's
also
been a
like,
life-changing experience, like just the networking and meeting people, like and putting in contact
oh,
with a
look
lot
at
of
these guys doing this, let's see if they can do something.
I am.
That's the stuff.
Yeah.
Fantastic job.
The weird shit, you know?
Yeah, nice meeting
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll see you tonight
Great
later.
guys, I'll talk more.
Peace.
Cool, you too.
Yeah, like HP, they've been, it seems to me that they've been sponsoring a ton of like hackathons.
Yeah. We'd love to get.
And they do a really, they really push, like startups that are doing interesting stuff with their technology, and they've got like PR teams focused on this because they've got people, it's a new product for them, and they want people to adopt it. And so they're trying to get press for it by like having hackathons and having startups come out of that they can then push to the press and be like, hey, look at what people are doing with our interesting technology.
So that's
like
what
that's what Wish was. Like.
We'd like to get more into that. And
Yeah.
someone I think tried to connect us with HP or someone
That
for
would
something
surprise
like
me.
this. Like they had like a budget and they were gonna,
yeah.
do a couple of projects and we were like, oh,
How are you?
We haven't gotten.
You're looking very stylish,
as usual.
This is why
We haven't gotten anything like
it's 100 degrees outside.
Yeah. So
That's a
far
good
like
power
labs,
suit.
we're
It's looking like,
more excited. Like
It's like
The
uh,
Matrix?
actually
a little bit actually. Yeah, I would say I hadn't thought of that actually,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
You know.
Enjoy today?
How's Jeremy doing?
You're watching the live.
So like we've seen a lot of.
We have a live stream. I didn't even know we have a live stream.
We've also
Amazing.
I take
No,
a
I
shot,
just
and
did.
I was like, no,
That's
don't.
awesome. That's awesome.
How are you? Show until Monday.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, really?
Do you have time to like
Oh,
grab me?
awesome.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow.
Let's do it tomorrow.
Awesome, I love that. Are y'all coming to University of Awesome?
That's what we're
It's like a total mess.
Yeah.
We're unpacking.
We'll see if
That's what's happening next at
Oh,
CVC.
yeah.
That's
Did
awesome.
you
Yeah.
coordinate
Okay.
outfits, by the way?
Yeah.
You guys are
This is
very-
just how they always.
I didn't even realize.
This is
I
just
only wear
very
black.
yin and yang.
No, this is just how designers dress.
No,
Really?
that
Yeah.
definitely,
Yeah.
that definitely
I
is
think I
true.
put
Yeah.
Oh my god, JoJo's glasses are like so hipster.
Yeah.
They're like the clear ones.
Yeah. This is actually what JoJo wears every day, and this
Every
is also
single
what Madeline wears every day.
Yeah.
So it's not even a.
I didn't
it's
even
not
like
a thing.
realize.
I
they
didn't
didn't realize that either.
And then I also noticed like the prototype, like everything was a black or dark background.
Oh, yeah.
It's like JoJo's all black, and then all of his
And the thing I was
prototypes
using
was
was
all
all
black.
black. Yeah,
That's night mode.
You should start wearing a turtleneck. Have you
Oh
thought
my
about
god.
No.
that?
I'll try it.
You know, just like wear a
It'd be way
turtleneck.
too hot.
Yeah, I mean, maybe like have like a turtleneck with this underneath. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that way, if it is too hot, you just take the turtleneck off. But then when you go into a building, you put that shit back on.
It worked
You know
for
what I mean?
jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody wears turtlenecks.
I mean, other than Steve Jobs, you know.
I don't know. I might have.
And what's her name?
done that someday.
Elizabeth Holmes from Theranos,
Oh,
but you
yeah.
don't want to imitate her now, so that's not ideal anymore.
Did you take mine?
No.
Oh, I have it in my pocket.
What is it?
I don't know.
Oh, it's a 3DS card.
Probably like a thank you.
Probably a thank you card, yeah.
Aw.
I love those.
You guys going to go to the
I think so. For a little
thing
bit.
later?
I think so. I don't know.
Okay.
Let's see.
Joe's
Well,
like-
Yeah.
all right. Well,
I
maybe I'll
just
see
had a
y'all
long day.
y'all
Tomorrow
there.
I have a long day, but
Oh, really?
yeah, it's good to see you, man. Let's get like lunch or something.
Yeah. For sure.
When we get a new office, you should come by and check it out.
Oh yeah.
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 Or
You guys
I-
get me new office?
August 1st, it'll be ready for moving. We're doing we're renovating right now.
Oh, the current office.
No, a new office.
Oh, where is it?
East 7th.
Oh, sweet.
There's
You
like-
didn't say how you broke your toes, by the way.
Oh, from the first day of demo,
We also
I was
have
in there for
fractured
like
feet.
3 hours doing work,
Uh-huh.
and I had people showing up, like friends and people from the company, and Anthony showed up, so we started taking this huge metal panel down, and it just broke both of my toes. I went straight to the
Oh my god.
ER.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it sucked, and they ended up like fucking up walls that we weren't planning on doing demo,
Oh god.
but it all worked out.
Nice, dude.
We don't need those
seeing
walls.
y'all's new office.
Yeah, man,
That'll
it's
be
cool.
awesome.
It's a good space. There's like a front porch. It's actually
Whoa.
really nice.
So it's 7th and what?
It's right by Chalmers, so if you know where
Yeah,
Houston
yeah.
Tillotson is.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a
Wow,
big
that's a
bike
cool-
mural?
It's like right by you.
Yeah, that's
it's
just
a
like up-
bike
that's
store.
just down the hill from where I
There's
live.
a huge bike mural
Yeah,
of a
yeah,
guy's
yeah,
face.
yeah.
That place.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so that's our place.
Dude, that's a
Yeah.
beautiful space.
Yeah.
Wasn't that like a coffee shop or something for like a hot minute?
Yes, it was a bike
Yeah.
shop / coffee shop.
And now it's neither?
Now they went out of business.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
So you just like scalped them basically.
Yeah, we
you
got
just
it.
said like fuck
Yeah.
you guys.
And
You know?
actually, from like outside, I had seen the place listed from
Yeah.
a realtor, and I was like, oh no, I'm not interested.
Yeah.
And then we went and like looked behind the gate, and I was like, wow, that actually looks bigger and better than I thought.
Yeah, nice.
It's cool.
Yeah, we
I'm
just
excited.
moved. Like we just moved up to like we're like on 16th Street.
Okay,
Near
nice.
Chacon.
Yeah, then that's like.
Yeah, it's just down the hill. You guys
Yeah.
are just down the hill. Yeah, so we just we're about to close on a house there. So
Oh shit, nice.
yeah, so it's exciting. We've already moved in, so
Yeah.
we don't really have a choice now. You know.
My mom lives on East 8th, so she's
Oh, cool.
like a block away.
Oh, nice, nice. So are you gonna keep the baristas in there? Like, is there gonna be like
Maybe.
unlimited all-time
Actually,
coffee?
there is like no. There is this like lady who the owner connected us with that
Yeah.
wants to run like a juice / like pre-made foods.
Yeah.
Out of that, because like the section,
Yeah,
if you've
yeah.
been there, you've seen they have like a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
coffee window,
Yeah.
and it's a cool patio.
So do you think?
But we're
okay.
not gonna do that.
Okay, would you let me run a toast shop out of there?
Maybe I don't know.
Cause
Why?
so
Are you
so,
gonna make the office?
Well, so here's the thing: is like
It's gonna
have
smell
a
like
lot of-
amazing toast all
we
the
have
time.
a lot of expensive stuff in the office,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
giving any like customers access when we're not there is why we won't do it.
But
Also,
if
you're
it's through
supposed to have
through
a bathroom.
But
So
what
if
if
we were
it's
to
a-
lock everything and you don't have a bathroom and you're serving food, I think that's like, because technically we're zoned for food and beverage right now. We're not actually.
Okay, so let's
zoned for
talk about
creative
this
office.
because the reason is
Porta
because
potty outside.
no. So what I want
That's kind of what you'd have to do.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
just.
no, but I don't want anybody in there.
Just like
Yeah.
a
Like I
drive-through?
just no. Like people can walk up, they can get some toast,
Just
they can go on their
toast?
merry business, merry way.
Yeah.
So Steph wants to start a place, and the name is obviously amazing. It's going to be called the Toastest with the Mostest,
Nice.
and if we ever do this, that is. And so just she makes great toast,
Yeah.
so avocado toast with like
Do you
egg
like?
on
Does
it.
she bake her own bread or?
No.
Oh, so just
straight up,
good.
just straight up, you're getting like public avocados, public bread, public eggs.
Yeah.
It's just. Have you seen that maker video about the toast? About the. Have you seen that?
You showed that to me.
It
when
is
you were in New York
amazing.
City.
It is
Oh my
amazing.
God. It was
Is
so
it not
funny.
the best
it's really
video
funny.
ever? Okay.
This guy
See-
had like plaid.
No. We're gonna watch this right now, JoJo. You may have other things to do in your life, but okay. Hold on.
You
Toast.
should go. Have you ever been to Marfa?
Oh yeah.
Have you been to the toast place?
Heck
in
yeah, I
Marfa?
have.
Okay, I was gonna say that place is.
Yeah. So I want to do something like that.
amazing.
Okay. There we go.
They also have like porridge. They do porridge.
All right. So we're gonna watch this now.
You should.
Okay. Let's play. I hope it works.
I've always loved making things with my hands, you know, something that's tactile, that I can feel with my fingers and feel with my soul. Even other people have their passions. Sports players love to play their sports. Musicians love to play their music pieces. But for me, I love to make toast.
This dude should be like an actor.
Oh, he is. He is an actor.
But he,
So.
Making toast coming on about 30 years now. Not just eating toast, but the making of toast. To me, it's just it's a beautiful process.
So good.
I learned how to make toast from my dad, and he learned it from his dad. And, it became pretty important to me. You know, we would have toast every morning for a good number of years, and those were some happy experiences. He ended up taking off and to join the professional bowling circuit, and I never saw him again after that.
This guy sucks.
It was hard for me to eat toast for a while there.
oh my god.
I got over that hump, and now I love it again. And I love making it just like he did. And you know, maybe he's out there somewhere and making toast at the same time I'm making toast. And you know, hopefully I'll see him again.
I want to make a video like this.
I know. It's amazing. Respect the bread.
When you respect the bread, you make sure that everything, the levers are just right, that you're paying attention to what you're doing, you're paying attention to detail, and you know, you develop a real sense of smell. I'm guessing now that I ain't at the station.
Mrs. Barrett's.
I do the same thing. Duly incredible. I only use toasters with the lever. I don't
You
use
want
these
toast?
new. I think they have buttons where they don't have a lever, which is it's ridiculous to me. It really comes down to just being able to make something. Make something that's important. Do it on a daily basis. Always create. Always be creating.
Always be creating, JoJo.
Oh my god. That's like the funniest line of the whole thing.
People's perceptions of what art is, everyone has a different perception. For me, it's that sweet, beautiful toasted bread, you know?
Slow-mo toast bite.
I'm
How
Andy
much
Corbin,
time did they spend on this?
I don't know.
Amazing.
And I make toast.
I do you participate in a community startup? I don't think
Yeah.
have I met you before?
So that's your plan?
You have not met me, but you.
No, not
I
necessarily.
did. I
But
did the
I
same 3D
want to
startup
just,
with JoJo.
I want to
And
do
I
it in
think
like a
you
very
were
low
helping
frills way.
organize.
So it's
Yeah.
like
You
low
look- your face
commitment
looks so
in terms of
familiar.
like
Yeah.
if it
I've
works,
seen
it
you
works. If it
somewhere.
doesn't,
Yeah.
it doesn't.
Yeah.
Because I don't want
I'm
to get
also
through
like
the
that with brown
process
hair.
of like
Yeah.
buying a
Everywhere.
trailer, finding a place to have that
Yeah,
trailer.
yeah.
Also,
You know what I
have
mean?
you,
Yeah.
okay,
Like,
when you
I
participated
just
in
want
the
like something
3DS,
that
were
I
you
can
still
try
in
out for
school?
like a couple of weeks
Yeah,
or something.
that
Yeah.
was
You know what I
fall
mean?
2012.
Come up with like a couple
Oh,
of toast
wow.
recipes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
4 years
Sell
ago.
it for
Yeah.
an absurd sum of money. Okay.
I graduated
Like an $11
in
piece of
May.
toast without
Not maybe
avocado.
maybe
So,
8 is what I was
yeah.
thinking.
May 2013.
But like you know,
and then
toast is
spent a
in.
year and a half
toast
up
is
in New
it.
York.
So, but you get a
Oh.
nice
At
big
Evercore
piece of
Partners.
avocado
Okay.
toast. You know, you use good
And
bread.
and
Yeah,
then,
you're back here now.
And
Yeah.
yeah, you can
Yeah.
do different
Um,
flavors, obviously.
Came back
you know?
a year and a half ago
Yeah.
to work
But
at
anyway,
a,
I think it's just like completely absurd. The
private
goal
equity
would be to like,
What is the name?
if
Called
I can
Tritium
sell
If
like
people walked up,
Trinity?
would you say to
Tritium?
them, like, are you
Tritium.
really
Yeah,
here?
it's the,
No, I
if
would
you
sell them the
remember
toast. Selling the toast
Spider-Man
to
2 when Dr.
Selling the toast.
Octopus is making the
You know?
fusion
They're pretty
reactor.
badass.
Yeah.
The
And so like
element
you just have
used
it,
is
maybe like as
tritium.
part of it, I would
It's
give
an
you guys
isotope
a
of
toast
hydrogen.
subscription.
Okay.
Maybe that's
Yeah.
another thing. Or create a subscription.
That's
product,
some, not,
you
is
know
that
what
why they named that?
Toast. Yeah, you can't do
No,
that
I
with
mean
toast.
it's like
Why
they
not?
named it that
How
like
would you do
because
with
it's
toast?
like
You
a
need to
highly
deliver a
reactive
warm
element that when
toasted
added
thing.
to
Sure, yeah.
like,
So like you know, people
reactions
come
it
up and you know you basically get
causes
as much
growth
toast
and
as you
Just
want.
deliver toast to the East
Damn.
End.
that's the story.
No, I
But
don't
the
want to
senior
deliver
guys
it.
spun out
I'm
of
just
Boston
saying like
Ventures
people
a
walk
few years
up
ago.
and they just pay $300
Oh,
a
I
month
see
and
what
they
you're
get
saying.
Led the
unlimited
initial
toast.
Yeah,
investments
my
and
brother has
come
a
away and
coffee
reach me
membership
not.
like that.
Really?
So they had a lot of
It
success
doesn't
with that.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
He's
The
had
business
like
model.
50 members. I
Why
mean,
did
it's
you
just
move
like,
back to
he has a
Austin?
shop and he serves coffee.
My wife
Yeah.
graduated the
It
year
doesn't-
after
that-
me,
it doesn't work for me.
and she
Nice.
found a
So I
job
don't even
up in
need that.
Georgetown.
I really just
Got it.
simply want to sell
so-
overpriced toast.
Yeah.
Moved back
Let me
here
guess,
so we
how
could
are
be
you gonna
together.
do this?
Yeah.
You have a
I'm gonna
full-
hire
You've been
somebody.
enjoying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
lived in
Yeah.
Austin
I lived in
I'm
before.
gonna hire
Austin
somebody
for
that like
8
you know knows how to
years.
make toast,
Yeah.
which should be
Yeah.
like a very hard
'Cause
job
I-
to fill.
Put in a thing.
Like,
Yeah,
I was
and I'm gonna
surprised
get like
that,
we already have like
to
a
hear
hipster
when you
toaster
said you
oven,
were
so
up
like
I
you just
moved
give that, you know what I
2 years
mean?
ago.
And then
Okay.
you got like a little space
It's a
and
love
you just
hate
do it,
thing.
you know?
Yeah.
I think everyone feels
And
that
if
way.
it anyway,
Yeah.
like I said, you put in a couple
Yeah.
of weeks,
There's a
you
lot
know,
of
you spend
great,
a little bit of
you know,
money, you
work
gotta pay that
opportunities
person
and
obviously.
things like
Yeah.
that.
You know what I
I
mean?
miss
And if it works,
Austin a lot.
fantastic.
My
If it
family
doesn't, whatever.
lives in
You know,
Houston,
it's
and
2
I'm from
weeks.
here,
It's
so,
not a big deal. Yeah.
Well, if you're
But I
young,
didn't wanna
single,
put
and have
If
money,
I did it at this space,
New York
it would
is
work.
a fun place to be.
No, I don't know if the
Yeah,
idea would work. I'm just
it's
saying it would
fun
be
in
like
that
low
regard.
frills,
Yeah.
low investment,
But right now,
low,
work
you know,
is
like
pretty stressful.
low commitment.
Oh, yeah.
Because if I shut
And I
down,
feel like
it's not like
everyone
you
in
guys
New
are
York
gonna be like,
City
oh my
does
god, I
that.
can't believe
Yeah,
that you know
that's
we had a
the, like
2-week
the
lease.
thing
I
about
thought you
New
were
York
totally
is
gonna
like
renew for
everybody. It
12
doesn't
more
matter
months.
what you do. Everybody works like
Yeah.
12 hours a day.
But then what would
instead-
suck
like,
is if I did shut down and they were like, you
That's
talk to
not
any
right.
customers
Yeah.
and then they kept
Yeah.
coming to your office
Yeah.
It doesn't matter
asking
what
for
the job
toast.
is. Like,
There's so many gates, we'll just lock them out.
Yeah, that's fine. Whatever.
They sold like $3,000 bikes and shit, so the whole place is like fortified.
Is what?
It's like fortified.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I've actually been why they have those actually. That makes
It's
sense.
because they were,
Because
they
the bikes
spent like
is what
they spent $100,000 at least, renovating that place. I got literally general contractors for like $50,000 for the work we wanted.
Yeah.
And I'm doing it all myself for land that's like 15.
Wow. Wow. So they just had a lot of money. They had more money than
Yeah, it was like a dad and a son.
that's right, we have phone numbers, people can. Oh, it's really nice and cool in here.